Good morning.
My lady.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning, my lady.
Morning, my lady. Nelly Siwa, may you please place the matter on record?
May it please the court, my lady. Morning.
Morning, Judge. Thank you. Today is Wednesday, the 3rd of May. Calling the matter of Life Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2020. Thank you, Judge.
2023.
Judge, 2021 for the case number.
Oh, okay. Thank you. What is happening? All right. Thank you. Good morning, Miss Mahlangu.
Good morning, my lady.
Yes. Are you ready today?
Yes, my lady. I'm ready to proceed.
All right. You are reminded that you are still under oath. Do you understand?
Yes, my lady. I do understand.
Mr. Hodes?
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Mahlangu, yesterday we were in the chronology, and if my memory serves me correctly, we were around page 52249.
533.
52249, my lady.
Okay. Just bear with me. Let me get the page quickly. Yes, I hope the witness managed to get the page. Are you there, Miss Mahlangu?
Yes, my lady.
Yes, I am there, Miss Hodes. You may proceed.
Now, can you tell this inquest when the contract, it's common cause the contract was extended in February 2016, how did it happen that there was an extension of the Life Esidimeni contract?
Normally, the way things worked at the time when I was in the department, the official will either request a meeting or I'll request the meeting for them to brief me. And in this instance, it was one of those meetings that was arranged, and the officials briefed me about what was going on with the project. And also, they further suggested that with the time remaining, that was towards the end of February, with the time remaining, they are proposing that we extend the contract. And indeed, the contract was extended for a period of another 3 months up to the end of June. That they said it would be sufficient for them to be able to complete the work that was still ahead of them.
The ladyship normally asks you who they is. Can you please tell us who you are referring to specifically that made the approach to you to extend the contract?
Council, Mr. Musonekhi was the project manager. Of course, when they come to the meeting with me, all delegations or the officials, when they're in the meeting with me, they are being led by the HOD. Present on that day, if I'm not mistaken, the HOD was present, and other senior managers, those who are from the district health services, the 5 chief directors, and the project teams, those would have been part and parcel of the work relating to this project in particular. I think Mr. Musonekhi or Dr. Manamela, one of them, made a presentation requesting this extension. And after deliberation, we then agreed that it must be extended. And Mr. Steve Mabona went ahead to issue a media statement confirming this to the public and to give assurance that indeed the contract is still in force up until the end of June.
Thank you, Miss Mahlangu. I'm just going to, just a second, I want to interject here. When you are asked questions, the questions is specific, it's very clear. Your counsel wants to know who specifically requested the extension of the contract for Life Esidimeni.
It's the project team.
We hear all these details, right? We hear your evidence. Was there someone specifically who requested the extension? If you can assist us, because we seem not to understand your evidence, because now you are telling us you are not sure who made the present the progress of the of what was happening. If you can assist us, we just want to follow your evidence to enable us to arrive at a proper decision at the end, please.
I think it was Mr. Musonofi, my lady, and all I was trying to
come again.
Would make a presentation that day specifically. I don't know, remember it's been 7 years, my lady, that I've dealt with.
You don't
these issues.
remember?
I don't remember the exact specific, but the people who were present when the presentation was made, it will be Dr. Manamela and Dr. Msunoki. Either one of them would have made the presentation in the meeting, and the delegation being led by the HOD when they meet with me.
Okay, just hold it there, Mr. Odes.
This one.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, my lady. Now, after that extension, in February, from March to June 2016 being the 3-month period, was there any further request for an extension?
Council, there was no further extension requested to me in any other platform, from arising from this process.
Okay.
In the case, Council.
Yes.
Continue. You wanted to say something. Continue.
My lady, in the one of the court documents, if I'm not mistaken, is Mr. Msunofi's document. I'm not sure whether it was a warning statement or it was the affidavit, where he said he couldn't ask for more extension because the mental health team would have indicated to him that they were in a position, or they were going to be in a position to complete the work with the time frame that was related to the 30th of June 2016.
Proceed, Mr.
Thank you. Thank you. So, Ms. Mahlangu, we then have at page 52255. I repeat, 52255 is the termination of the Life Esidimeni contract in June 2016. Now, what I want to ask you is 52255, my lady.
Yes, I'm there.
Now what was
on which date now?
June 2016, my lady.
Okay. Thanks.
So Life Esidimeni contract comes to an end. It's depicted there. What happened in relation to Baneng with the children, with the younger mental health care users at Baneng?
Council, at the outset, when we started this work, we agreed there and there that Baneng will not be interfered with and the contract would remain intact for reasons that the mental health care users who were housed at Baneng needed extra care and necessary that the contract be left in force up to a later notice, and Life was communicated to in this regard, notifying them of that decision of the department, which was way around 2015 or so, before the process was fully enforced.
Do you remember asked you not to terminate the contract at Baneng?
The mental health, sorry, my lady, my apology. The project team, remember Mr. Musonoko was a leader of the project. And through him, they came to the meeting and they said that we need to not touch Baneng because of its sensitivities. I've already said that there was not even a debate about whether Baneng should be, we should look at other options. We simply agreed to that because it made sense that there should be no consideration of such at that time.
Thank you. And
Just
I
a
want
second.
to. I beg your pardon.
Yes, continue.
Thank you, Malay. I want to move forward in the chronology from June 2016 to July 2016. Was there any engagement between you and the Gauteng Department of Health in the period after the termination in July 2016?
May you please repeat your question, Councillor?
Yes, was there any engagement between yourself and the Gauteng Department of Health during July 2016? Were there any meetings? Was there any engagement with them?
Yes, there was engagement. I think there was a closeout report. It's in the inquest, the case line records. There was a closeout report which was very detailed, indicating that all the mental health care users have now been moved from the different facilities at Life to the respective NGOs and or to the government hospital, that is Vescopis, CCRC, Sterkfontein, and all of that. So that will have been an engagement. But I think between after the contract was terminated, and I think the first day of July, of course, days preceding that, there was a communication between my media liaison officer, Mr. Steve Mabona, to be exact, who would have been contacted by the media to say there were concerns at CCRC. And on the 1st of July, I would have traveled from where I was, I can't remember exactly, but I went to Pretoria to China that night at CCRC, and I asked Mrs. Johanna Moore as head of nursing, because the issues of staffing became a concern, as well as Mrs. Mary Grace Msimang, who was head of HR, as well as Mr. Piti, who was the chief director for the Tshwane district, and Dr. Manamela. So I asked them to join me at the CCRC, and that was another engagement to the officials. And prior to that, of course, there were other interactions with CCRC and other institutions which I was not part of by the officials.
But when you say there was a visit, did you personally go to CCRC that night?
Yes, Council, I did. I went there, I think it was after 7 or 8 in the evening, because I was from a meeting somewhere. And from there, I said to Steve, I think these matters are concerning me. Rather than relying on somebody give me a report. Let's just drive to the place. And we went there indeed. And upon arriving there, as I said, I invited the officials to join me at the venue. And this is how I dealt with issues, whether I was doing an unannounced visit to a facility, whether it be a hospital or CHC or any place. I would decide that this morning I'm doing an unannounced visit, and I'll just call people that wait for me, or let's congregate at a particular venue. And then from there, which will take us 5 minutes to go to the hospital. So that's how generally I conducted myself when I was working, whilst I was working in the department.
Ms. Mahlangu, people are trying to... No, it's okay. Please speak slower.
These officials, it was Ms. More.
Mrs. More was responsible for nursing, and there's a specific reason why I asked her to join me there.
So yes, I just need the names. You can give details at a later stage. It was Mrs. More,
Miss Mary Grace, Mrs. Mary Grace Msimang.
Yes, Mrs. Msimang.
And Mr. Pitzi.
And Mr. Pitzi.
And I think Dr. Manamela as well was there. I don't know. I can't remember who she brought with.
What were these concerns all about?
They related to the NGOs that were operating from CCRC. I think that's Yabadinga, if I'm not mistaken, that they were fighting over the kitchen and the cold storage, and that was a compromise. It was going to compromise the patient care if the issues were not attended to. That's the reason why I went to CCRC and to meet with the NGOs. And of course, when I got to the facility,
you just mentioned one NGO. It was Siabadinga and?
I don't remember the other one, my lady.
But you remember Siabadinga?
Yes, yes.
Okay. You may proceed, Ms. Woodis.
Thank you, my lady. Did you visit Precious Angels in 2016, in September 2016?
Yes, I did cancel. The exact date, I may not be really sure whether it was late August or September, but again, I kept on hearing Precious Angel, Precious Angel. So I went to Precious Angel, and again, I asked Dr. Libete to join me on site, Mr. Pitzi and his team, as well as Dr. Manamela. They also came to join me on site to Precious Angel, and we went to the two premises of Precious Angel at the time.
The chronology deals with September 2016 from page 52295. But before we go further in the chronology, I wanted to take you back to the testimony relating to Siabadinga, because you mentioned your visit to Siabadinga. Evidence was there.
Sorry, my lady.
Yes.
May I just complete the point I was making about Precious Angel, if possible?
You may.
When I visited Precious Angel with Dr. Libete, I was concerned with overcrowding. And what was more concerning to me was the fact that there were mental health care users. I had seen, I remembered their faces when I was at Cullinan, and I saw them at Precious Angel, and I said, but why is this happening? And they said to me, no, but they were dealing with overcrowding. I said, but you are not resolving the problem by overcrowding another facility. And also the other things I observed there was that the premises in one area even asked Dr. Liwete that they must do something because the facility, I didn't think that it was suitable to accommodate mental health care users or even any other a person who needed medical attention of one kind or the other. So Dr. Libete would have undertook with Mr. Pitzi that they will work hard in resolving those. And the last thing that I need to mention, my lady, is that when I interacted with this Ms. Ethel Nube about what exactly has happened she said that she had not been paid. As a result, she was losing staff. The staff she had hired, she couldn't pay them because the department had not.
Yes.
Yes, my lady, she said that they've not been paid, and she was struggling to keep the staff because people cannot work without being compensated for their labor. So therefore, there was a high turnover of staff. Is this allowed to happen? I was informed that the NGOs were not registered with their documents. They did not have purchase order numbers and all the other requirements.
Just
I then instruct.
Okay. These officials you are referring to?
I asked Mr. Piti, Dr. Libete, and Dr. Manewela because the officials I was with me, and they told me that
including Mr. Piti.
Yes, he was present with me at the time. And then I asked how many.
Just a second. Just a second. Yes.
And then Mr. Piti then undertook that he will work with his team to make sure that all the paperwork is completed. And I think that afternoon, after visiting Precious Angels, then I had a meeting with the NGOs in Tshwane, and they also shared the same sentiments about the paperwork, that they were not being paid. As a result, they were struggling. And after
Which
that
NGOs
process,
now?
I can't remember their names, my lady, but they were NGOs based in Tshwane who had taken the mental health care users at the time.
Okay. Just hold it there. Yes, continue.
So I then asked the team led by Mr. Piti for the Tshwane team to say that can they please assist me in the department, particularly the NGOs, to get the paperwork done, the treasury, and to make sure that the payment is being done as soon as possible. And the CFO then, Mr. George Mahlangu, was very active in leading this process. We're together with Mr. Piti and Ms. Babita Dikhoran. Also that we then ended up adding the NGO's progress payment in all our Fridays meeting, and in order to make sure that I was made aware of the problems relating to payment, and if they were not paid, in those meetings, Ms. Dikhoran will say, MEC, these people have not been paid, or they've been paid, and then the officials will account what would be the problems in that regard. So those are the actions that would have taken in that. And the CFO also, with Mr. Piti, I asked them over a weekend that they must work hard to make sure that all the essentials needed by the NGOs, those were sought after, and the HOD was also part of that team in ensuring that those things are resolved as soon as possible after that visit. And Dr. Libete.
Continue.
Now, in the chronology at page 52295, next to the date 1 September 2016, there's reference to a letter from section 27 addressed to yourself, Ms. Mahlangu, and Dr. Selabana and Dr. Manamela, raising the issue of the death of Virginia Mahpela and other deaths and concerns at Precious Angels. Is this what led to the visit to Precious Angels?
I am really not sure, Council, whether my visit to Precious Angel was precipitated by this letter or not. But whenever one of the things I remember after seeing this letter, particularly the mentioning that someone had died, I asked or I had a conversation with the HOD, Dr. Silibano, and I said, HOD, this is the letter and this is the issue that is being raised by Section 27 about someone who had died at the NGO. What is your understanding? Can we look into it and investigate? He said, no. MEC, in the department, we are running a Department of Health. And in the Department of Health, people die. And yes, we are concerned that people die. That's why when someone dies out, if it's not natural causes, every death in the department is investigated. Because the death you are asking me about is natural death, there's very little we can do about it. But I assure you that if there's anything untoward about any death that happens in any facility or in any of these NGOs that is not natural, we will make sure that that is investigated. That conversation I did have with the Dr. Sullivan after receiving this letter.
Thank you, Ms. Mahlangu. That would then take us forward in the chronology, Ms. Mahlangu, to page 52299, which deals with the 13th and 14th of September 2016. And that's when you had been made aware of the deaths at that stage of 36 patients that had been released from Life Esidimeni and died at the NGOs. Can you then explain to us what happened in relation to your communications with the Ombudsman on the 14th of September 2016?
Councillor, on the 13th of September, maybe backtrack. On the 12th of September, it was in the late at night, in the evening, when I was preparing for my work the next day. The questions were part of the pack that I had to go through that night, and I saw that there were deaths, and of course it was very late at night. Then in the morning, of course, the sitting in the legislature started at 10 o'clock, and there was an engagement before that. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was the NCOP visit to the legislature. And then I went to the sitting. Of course, I answered the question. Once I've answered the question, then I went back to the department and I said, but what has happened or what is happening here? No, MEC, the information we gave you was correct. First of all, I asked my parliamentary liaison officer and I said to her, how did you get this information? She said, MEC, we get this information the normal way we get information in the department. I said, okay. Then the following day, I went to, I called the Ombuds, which was the 14th of September, just before I had an interview, started an interview at NCA. And I said to the Ombuds, do you mind to help us with this 36 patients that have died? And he asked me how they've died. I said, well, they've died they say in the NGOs, but I don't know much of the details. And he asked me, did they die in one place? I said, no. And he says, well, it's virtually impossible for people to die in such numbers if they were not poisoned and all of that. And I said, okay, fine. Then the following day, and he started, so then a few minutes later, he sent me a WhatsApp message, a text message, and those messages are on record, saying it's impossible for people to die virtually if they've not been poisoned in one place. From there on, then that afternoon on the 14th, I had a meeting with the minister to discuss the budget for the Nelson Mandela Children's Hospital. He asked me, he had a copy of the Sowetan in front of him, and he asked me, let me see what's going on. I said, well, this information I was given by the officials, and I answered the question, but I approached the ombudsman, who said to me, it's not necessary for him to, he was not keen to get involved. And I pleaded with the minister to request the ombuds, and he said, yes, I will speak to the ombuds and also Professor Makuba, and ask the Office of Standard Compliance also to help you to get this investigation done, because yes, you are right to be concerned that you must get to the bottom of this. And the chain of communication between me and the professor is there. The following day, or the same day, I got a call from the Premier asking me what happened. I said, Premier, it's a long story, but let me work with your office to get a date where we can brief you. Indeed, I think on the 15th, if I'm not mistaken, it was on a Thursday afternoon though. I mean, the dates may be not exact, but it was on a Thursday afternoon. We met with the Premier. I asked the HOD, Dr. Manamela, Professor Musa was there. Dr. Madikwe was present in that meeting, and there was somebody from communication, Mr. Prince Hanga, and then some people in my office. And the Premier said to me, but why are you bringing such a big delegation? I said to him, these are people who are implementers, who are on the ground doing this work. So for my part, I may speak very little about the face value issues, but the details of the information of what you need to know about what happened, this official can provide those answers. Indeed, we proceeded with the meeting. And the following day...
Can I have those names again? It was Dr. Manamela.
Dr. Manamela, Dr. Silibano.
Come again, Dr. Silibano.
Dr. Silibano, Dr. Madikwe, Professor Musa, Mr. Prince Hamna, he was head of communication, and Debucho Totela, he
Mr.
was in my office.
Just a second.
Hamna, he was head of communication.
If you can spell that for me.
HAM NCAA. NCA.
HM
is Honey Alpha Mother Nigeria, yes. California, Angel Hamna.
Okay, and the last one?
Just those I remember. He was a young person in my office, so the deputy parliamentary liaison in my office. So they were all part in the meeting with me. Of course, the Premier, I can't remember who was with him from his office. After the meeting, the Premier was given a presentation by me, of course.
So you say the reason you went with them was that you said they were the implementers.
Yes, and they will explain the greatest of detail to the Premier what exactly would have happened. The presentation was made, and after that, the Premier asked questions. Doctors answered the question. Dr. Madikwe answered, Professor Musa answered, and the Premier, after being assured after engaging with the officials and the practitioners in this area, he went on the following day to issue a statement. It is on the record. I think Council can refer my lady to that.
If you would turn, my lady, we uploaded all of the documents that you undertook to upload overnight with the assistance of the evidence leaders, for which we're grateful. If you
Did you also upload the minutes of the meeting where this decision to terminate the contract of Life Esidimeni was taken?
That's not one of our documents. We did the ones that we referred to, that D series, my lady.
Oh, okay. I'm just asking because I think it's going to be pertinent. She can also, in the meantime, please look for it.
As your ladyship pleases, my
continue.
If you would turn to page 52388, it's an article that quotes the Premier.
52388.
I'll read it. On 52388, there's a summary, and then it's in greater detail in the following pages. And it says, Johannesburg. Sorry, it's under the heading, too many mentally ill patients dying, Makura. It's in News 24. There's a photograph, and then beneath that, Johannesburg. Every year between May and August, a large number of mentally ill patients die at government facilities in Gauteng. Premier David Makura told journalists on Friday. He was shocked to find this had been the trend for the past 5 years. Then there's a quote, we want to understand this so we can nip this in the bud. Makura said he did not have the exact figures of how many had died. The health department agreed the matter to be investigated. 2389. There's another quote, I'm very trend and would like the health ombudsman to investigate why mentally ill patients have died in their numbers. The deaths included patients at the Life Esidimeni. 36 patients died after they were moved to NGOs after the department cancelled its contract with the facility in Johannesburg to cut costs. It had looked after about 2,000 patients that were moved to 122 NGOs. Quote, every single patient who has died in the custody of the state is one death too many. We should be very concerned. And it continues. Makura had instructed Gauteng to ensure that patients were being adequately looked after. Quote, I got reassured that they will personally ensure the patients are in facilities that are appropriate to house human beings. So now, Ms. Mahlangu, the first question that arises is who approached the Ombudsman, you or the...
Okay, just before I answer that through you, my lady, the point, my lady, I'd like demonstrating here is that the same information given to me that the mental health care users died in winter, it was not uncommon. It's the same information was shared with the Premier when he asked those questions. That's why the Premier went ahead to issue a statement based on the information given to him and to myself by the official. May you just repeat your question, Councillor?
Who approached the Ombudsman? Was it you or Mr. Makura, the Premier at the time?
I approached the Ombudsperson, Council, and my conversation with the Ombuds via the text messages which I have attached, each and every one of my conversation with him is also in the record of this court. I shared it with the arbitration. It is here. I approached the Ombudsperson, and if you look at one of the text messages as I was going through them last night, this way he says to me, can you please ensure that the minister signs the letter of appointment? In the meantime, we'll use the information. I said to him, use the information we've given you to start with the work. And then all of that. So that is there in evidence in black and white. Anything untoward. Indeed, I did inform the Premier that this is what we have done, and he supported my decision. And of course, the minister helped in nudging the ombuds to come to the party. Not the party as in party, to come through and do the investigation. My apology that I used the wrong word, my lady.
Next question, Ms. Mahlangu, is whose decision was it that you should go and visit these mental health facilities in the province?
It was our decision, Council. Remember, as I said earlier, that my style of work has always been whenever there are problems, I will go unannounced or plan visits. And in many instances, I prefer to do unannounced visits because the people don't plan and they don't coach you to the different areas we need to go to. Yes, the Premier did emphasize that we should continue to undertake that work.
Okay, so whose decision was it that you should go in missions?
It was my decision.
Your decision. Continue.
Thank you. Now, in this regard, there's also the report.
Where are we now? Are we going back to The
I'm
previous.
going to give another page reference, my lady.
Okay, are we done with this now?
Yes, my lady.
Okay. Continue.
If you'd have regard, Ms. Mahlangu, to page 52236.
Five 2236.
Yes, my lady.
Okay, I'm there. Did you find the page, Mrs. Mahlangu?
No, my lady. I'm still looking.
Okay.
522.
Yes.
Is that on the chronology?
No.
Answer.
Okay, I'll return to this later. Let's rather.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I have a headache. My lady.
Can you explain to the inquest what this is, please?
Oh.
Will you be in a position to proceed despite the headache?
Yeah, my lady, I have to. Thank you for your concern. From 2014.
Is there a question now?
Yes, my lady. I'm talking to I'm responding to this 52236.
Yes, but there is no question. You need to wait for the question. Did you read? Yes, just listen to you. Just a second. Cancel.
Lady, I'd asked her what this document is for it to explain to the inquest.
Oh, okay.
And she was now explaining.
Okay, she can proceed.
Please proceed, Ms. Mahlangu.
From 2014, 2009, I think, Prima Mugonyane introduced something called a political report towards at the end of the year to the people of Gauteng. And that tradition continued throughout. And this speech, the page is referring to Council, is an extract from a speech made by Premier Makura in the Gauteng legislature on the 6th of December 2016, giving the political report to the provincial legislature of what would have happened from the time he made the State of the Province address to the end of the year, as things go to a lull before we go to start the new calendar year. This is the speech extract from the political speech of the Premier.
Okay, I'm going to leave it because I've just jumped the sequence. It's referred to.
Sorry, my lady. I think Advocate Hasim, she's muted and she has raised her hand.
Oh, maybe, yeah, please alert me because I'm also looking at the documents that have been referred to here.
Thank you,
if I don't note you. Thanks, Mr. Sibara.
Thank you, Mr. Sibara. My lady, I was just confused because the page that was referred to was 52236.
Yes.
Which is a page in the middle of an 18-page document.
Correct.
It seems to be page 13 of an 18-page document. So I didn't understand actually the question and what this document is. It hasn't been...
yes, it has not been properly placed before the court so that everyone can understand it. And that he asked the witness was to explain what this is all about.
Yes,
but now it's a very long document. Perhaps it should be properly placed on record.
My lady, I've jumped out of sequence. I would prefer to leave this till later because it only occurs on 6 December 2016. So if your ladyship will bear with me, I apologize, and we'll come back to this later. It's only referred to in the chronology on page 52315. So let's progress in time. I apologize for that.
Page
52315, my lady. And I will progress to that point before I deal with it. And I thank my colleagues for assisting in this regard.
Report, please.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Mahlangu, I apologize for that. Let me take you back in the sequence of events. We were at page 52299, which was the September visit. You'd referred to the meeting that had taken place. And what I want to ask you is, did you visit the NGOs as depicted in Mr. Makuru's statement?
Yes,
During
we did
September.
visit the NGOs. Yes, we visited the NGOs.
When did that take place?
Just bear with me. I think
What-
there is a problem here. Okay.
It appears that the judge is frozen
Ja-
on
ja-
our
ja-
screen.
Yes. I think there is something wrong here, but let me just quickly sort it out.
My lady.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, my lady.
Okay, just a second. I just didn't want to miss what council was referring you to, which was on page 52299. Yes, you wanted to say something, Ms. Mahlangu.
I'm not feeling well. Can I please just ask for a 5 minutes break?
All right, I see it's now a few minutes before 11 o'clock. Will it be fine if we can, if possible, resume at 11:15? But let us know how you feel before we resume, Ms. Mahlangu.
Thank you. Thank you, Justice.
Yes, just before we break, you are reminded that you are still under oath. As I warned you yesterday, you need not discuss your evidence with anybody else until you have finished testifying and you are excused by the court.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. The court will take a short adjournment just to check on Ms. Mahlangu and as to whether she'll be able to proceed with her evidence. Thank you. The matter will stand down for now.
May it please the court, my lady.
May it please your ladyship.
to proceed?
My lady, and the witness is ready to proceed. We're all ready. She's in a good state. My lady, we found the minutes that your ladyship requested. May I refer your ladyship to the page references and take you through it, because I agree that it's crucial, as your ladyship said. My junior, Ms. Governor, managed to find this and believes that this is what's on record. It's a contentious issue, that's why I say that. I'll explain to your ladyship. If your ladyship turns to page 1878.
1878.
Yes, my lady. It's in the middle of the documents that I'm going to refer to. That's why I want to take your ladyship through the papers, if I may.
Just a second.
Thank you, my lady.
Let me just go to the page.
Please, my lady, I need to see it while I take you through it and the following pages, because it's the middle of a series of pages, similar to my last quote to the one speech. But if we can begin here at 1878, my lady.
Yes.
Your ladyship will see 1878 is a letter on a South African Police Service letterhead addressed by Lieutenant Colonel Ditabo to, in his capacity as the commander of the Life Esidimeni task team on 16 January 2020 to the Director General, Ms. Pendile Badeni at the Gauteng Provincial Government, stamped urgent, and there's a request for assistance referring to the Life Esidimeni Inquest project investigation by Detective Service Head Office. And then there's a request for information, my lady, in paragraph 1. It says, this office is further requested to assist with the following information regarding the above subject matter. 1.1, paragraph 8 of the affidavit received from the Premier, Honorable David Makura, stated that to the best of his knowledge, Dr. Selabana was the person who terminated the contract. Did he receive any mandate to terminate the contract, and what was the reason thereof? 1.2, paragraph 12 of the same affidavit states that the Department of Health informed the PBC that the patients will be transferred to state facilities and not NGOs. Please provide this office with the minutes of that sitting. That's what your ladyship had requested, and I'm going to take you to it, my lady. Paragraph 2. You are further requested to provide this office with the following. It jumps to 2.2. Questions and answers of the PBC meeting of 26 November 2014. Sub 3. Attendance register of the above meeting. Sub 4. Copies of all the presentations made before the PBC relating to Life Esidimeni termination, together with attendance registers. Paragraph 3. It would be appreciated if your response can reach this office by latest 7 February 2020. Paragraph 4, your continued support is always appreciated. Now, my lady, in order to see the answer to this letter, your ladyship must page back 2 pages to 1876. It's difficult to see the numbering, my lady, but my junior, Ms. Governor, managed to find it. It's under the A60, and this is the letter.
So I should go to page 1876.
Yes, my lady. This is the letter in
Just
response.
a second, please.
Beg your pardon, my lady.
Yes, this is another letter now.
Now, this is the response to that request, my lady, and you'll see why we say so. So here's a letter, my lady, at 1876 on the letterhead of Gauteng Province Office of the Premier, Republic of South Africa, addressed to Lieutenant Colonel Ditabo, the author of the other letter. And your ladyship will see right at the end, it's dated 26 February 2020, despite the request for an earlier response. And it refers to that letter, and it says, request, dear Lieutenant Colonel Ditabo, request for assistance, Life Esidimeni Inquest project investigation by Detective Service Head Office. It says the Office of the Premier received your letter dated 16 January 2020 relating to the above investigation. A copy of the letter is attached for ease of reference. Below, we respond to each request contained in your letter. So this was an annexure, my lady, to this letter because it's answering it. So then add paragraph 1.1. Not much turns out, but for completion's sake, I think it's better that I read it out. The question can best be answered by Dr. Tiejo Ephraim Sedabon, who terminated the contract of Life Esidimeni. However, as the Premier indicated during his evidence in the Life Esidimeni arbitration hearing, there was no executive decision, in brackets mandate, taken in terms of Section 140 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996, to terminate the contract. But the more significant part, my ladies, the next paragraph. Add paragraph 1.2. Find attached redacted minutes together with the attendance register requested in paragraph 2.3 of your letter. The redacted parts of the minutes do not relate to Life Esidimeni matters. Should you wish to inspect the unredacted minutes, you are welcome to liaise with Mr. Bafana Malunga. The next page, at paragraph 2.2, there are no questions and answers recorded. Then importantly, my lady, at paragraph 2.3, the attendance register is attached as part of a response in paragraph 1.2 above. Then there's another heading at paragraph 2.4. There are no presentations other than the one already provided to you. In the presentation of 28 October 2015, at slide number 18, the following is stated about Life Esidimeni. Termination of contract, Life Esidimeni. Should you wish to inspect this presentation, you're welcome to liaise with Mr. Bafana Malunga. Please be advised that all records of the Premier's Budget Committee and Executive Council are top secret and highly confidential. For this reason, the South African Police Service should not avail in an unauthorized manner this information to any third party, media houses, members of the public, or any other institutions other than a court of law. Further, the information cannot be used for any other purpose other than to assist in the criminal investigation of the death of the mental health care users and matters connected therewith, pursuant to the findings of the Health Ombudsman in his report dated 1 February 2017. And then it's the title of the letter, and the author is identified as Ms. Pindili Baleni, Director General, and as I told your ladyship, the date is 26 February 2020. Then if we turn, my lady, you see the letter that I referred you to on page 1878, but then most significantly, my lady, it's upside down the way it was filed, but on page 1879, we have the PBC 1879, my lady. So it's the very next page after that letter.
Yes.
Now here we have, my lady, which is exactly what your ladyship had asked, but it's not the complete document, as I'll show your lady. So we have here, my lady, a meeting of the Premier Budget Committee, which we've referred to as the PBC. The venue is the Office of the Premier, and the date is the 26th of November 2014, and the time is 1400 hours. And I think it's common cause that this is when the decision was taken, and I can verify it through the minutes. You'll see there, my lady. Chairperson, Mr. David Makura, whom we know was the Premier at the time. Then you'll see, it's dark, my lady, but you've got the title, name, surname, department, apologies. There are no apologies. And then the attendees are identified, my lady. And you'll see all the people that were there. So it begins with Honorable Barbara Creasy, MEC Finance. Honorable Ismail Vardi, MEC Roads and Transport. Honorable Lebogang Male, MEC Economic Development. Mr. Thabo Masebe, Acting DG Office of the Premier. Mr. Mfundo Chabalala, HOD GPT. Mr. Jeff Mashele, DDG SFRM. Mr. Mduduzi Mabada, Advisor to the Premier. Mr. Eric Xiaya, Advisor to the Premier. Mr. Rashid Sidat, HOD GPD. Ms. Annette Grissel, DDG PME. Ms. Marie-Louise Moody, DDG ESSM. Mr. Kulabusi Mase, DDG.
There's no need for you to read all the names. They are there. Yes.
No, it's important, my lady, to see who was present when this decision was taken.
Isn't it? This is okay. It's okay. You can read. But
as a ladyship, please, if you turn the page, my lady.
One can read this for herself. Yes, continue. The next page. It looks like
to the next page.
But then the other pages are missing here.
Yes, my lady, it's been redacted. That's why I read you those letters. So this has been redacted, my lady. And at the top, you can make out the spot, the punch holes. It says PBC minutes secret. Then the item is 1.3, Department of Health. And it says the department should ensure that the reprioritization does not affect the quality of services. And then the responsibility is DOH, and then everything else has been redacted, my lady. So that's with respect all that my junior Miss Governor could find in relation to the minutes that was requested by the investigating officer and filed like that. In this regard, my lady, Ms. Mahlangu has a comment, and I'd like her to express her comment to you. I see somebody's hand is up. Perhaps they know of a more complete version.
Yeah, just a second. Yeah. I think there is a hand somewhere. Miss Hasim?
My lady, I don't mind if the witness answers now before,
before you say something.
Yeah, but there is another version of these minutes, which is what I wanted to point out.
Yes, please, you can do that, or you wanted her to answer first?
I think that may be best. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, my lady.
Perhaps the witness can answer, Mr.
Yes, your ladyship, please. I see there's another hand, my lady.
No, that's Miss Hasim's hand. Yes, it has been.
Thank you.
What? Yes.
Ms. Mahlangu, what's your comments that you wish to make on these redacted minutes?
My lady, I have served in the provincial government for 12 years, 8 months. And throughout...
I can't see her now. I don't know what's happening.
We can see her, my lady.
Is it me alone who can see her? Come again.
Yeah, we can still see her. We can still see her, my lady.
But I can't see you, my lady. We can't see the court.
You can see the court. Okay,
yes.
Let me just...
I see your ladyship and the witness.
I see both as well.
Okay. Yes, thank you so much. Miss Mahlangu?
My lady, I have served in the provincial government for 12 years, 8 months. And throughout my serving in every portfolio that I've served in, I think I did my best. And I know how the provincial government system works. These minutes that council has taken the court through, there are minutes that there are things that are not reflected in this. And if the court wishes to get the verbatim discussion of what happened in that boardroom on the 15th floor, I think the court has a right to get that information. But this is not accurate. And I will not start lying today about the proceedings of what happened in the Executive Council, particularly relating to this matter. I have gone through pain. I've carried pain. I continue to pay to carry today. Simply because when it's... I wish to request the court for the full minutes.
I think that echo is back, Mr. Odes. I'm just going to mute myself. The echo wasn't there in the morning, but I hear now it is there. So I'm going to mute myself. Please do the same if you are not addressing the court, Mr. Odes.
We will do so, my lady.
My lady,
The witness can continue.
My lady, what I wish to plead with the court is that the court should request the full verbatim minutes of the budget committee meeting that I'm referring to, the first one, where the first presentation was made on the 14th of November, and the subsequent PBC meeting. And I'd like to end my conversations here, but I want to emphasize that these are not the minutes of the meeting. The line that says the department must prioritize and look at not compromise health, it's a new version of what's been engineered. I wish to see the verbatim minutes of what came out of that meeting. And I think the court is entitled to that. Thank you.
Thank you, my lady. Perhaps Ms. Hassan can give us the page reference.
Yes, I forgot that I'm muted. Ms. Asim, I just said that, but I was muted. Ms. Asim, if you can, yes.
May I please call my lady? It is at page 32108.
Page
32108.
That is
the meeting of the PBC on 26 November 2014 at 2 o'clock, and it's the minutes of the meeting, and it is a 4-page document.
Thank you, Ms. Asip.
May I please report?
Thank you, Ms. Hassan. We appreciate that. I see that that's a non-redacted version. Thank you.
Would you, Mr. Odes? I don't know whether you first want to look at these minutes before we proceed, so that we can lay this matter to rest and then proceed.
If I may, my lady, I'll just look at it quickly.
Can I hear what Mr. Sibara is going to say, Mr. Sibara?
Thank you, my lady. I think there was a reference of the minutes by the witness of the 14th of November.
Yes,
the first sitting.
Yes.
I'm not sure if other colleagues have got page references which can assist us with those minutes as well, my lady.
Yes, thank you so much. That's what I thought of doing, to ask if anybody else had sight of that, the minutes of the 14th of December 2016.
Through you, my lady, if I may.
Yes, you can.
I don't think that document exists in this record because I don't think it was ever asked for. Thank you.
Was that the first sitting prior to the sitting that took the decision?
Yes, my lady.
But it was also the meeting of the PBC?
Yes, my lady.
Mr. Late?
My lady?
Yes, I hear that there was a prior meeting before this meeting of the 26th, where the decision was taken to terminate the contract of Life Esidimeni. So I'm just asking if it is possible, if you check with me, the investigating officer, if that document can be requested and be furnished as soon as possible.
All I could say, my lady, is that the investigating officer attempted numerous times to get the minutes of the meeting, and he was not successful. but I presume he is following the proceedings. I'll give him a phone call just now, just to ascertain what exactly the position is.
But perhaps we should also, I don't know whether did you have sight of the one of the 26th?
It's part of the record, yes, my lady.
Okay, all right. Okay, please do that if that is possible. Thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Hodes, if you... Yes. What is happening now? The witness, I can't see her again.
No, I'm here, my lady.
Mr. Wedis is muted. Are they?
No, madam.
I can hear Mr. Hodes. I don't know what's happening today because I can't see the witness. Is it me who can see the witness?
Submit so, my lady, because we can see her.
You can also see her, my lady.
All right, let me... Mr. Van Bergen?
I can
Ms.
see the witness,
Mahlangu,
my
if
lady.
yes, I'm trying to check because I only see your name there. All right, I'm going to exit again. You may proceed. There is another hand, Mr. Martin.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, can I just, as a point of clarity, I'm not quite sure that these are necessarily the same documents. If I might just, if your ladyship goes to page 1880.
Perhaps maybe, is it proper to discuss these things while the witness is here?
I think maybe the witness should leave us just so she doesn't end
Yes.
up entirely confused if I'm wrong. But
If you can just, perhaps you must just be out completely. If you can just remove yourself. I see the setup from her side is still there. If she can just maybe remove her picture. I think she's gone, if she can be told, because we don't know if she can hear everything. Yes, continue. She's still, yeah, thank you. Continue.
my lady, if your ladyship goes to 1879 and your ladyship might have to rotate the page because it's on its side, but at the bottom of the page,
If let me just go to the page quickly. Yes.
thank you. So, my lady, if your ladyship rotates the page, and even if your ladyship doesn't, at the bottom of that table with a list of attendees, your ladyship will see 1, and then a line, page, and then Premier Budget Committee meeting of the 26th of November 2014. So basically, that's page 1 of those redacted minutes. If your ladyship then goes to page...
The second page now.
No, to page 32108, which
is... Just a second. 32108, yes.
Which we understood to be the unredacted version. Your ladyship pages down, well, not even pages down, goes to the bottom of that page. Your ladyship will see 1 line page. So that's page 1 of that document.
Just a
but
second,
that document,
This one has got the opening remarks.
Yeah, there's no list of attendees,
Yes, let me
which is
just
what's found on
let me
page 1
just
of the other
annotate
document.
it quickly. Mm.
So I'm not sure it's the same document. It's certainly the same date, and it seems to refer to the same meeting. But on the
this
other
one has got, but
document,
remember, the other one didn't have anything. It's only the
No.
list of the attendees. But this here,
That's
there
it.
are, yes, there is something that tells
Yeah.
us that something happened.
So here we don't have a list of attendees,
Correct,
and it goes
yes.
immediately into the items, the agenda items and the remarks that are made or that are recorded. So I don't know that this is the same document, and if it is the same document, then it was obviously adapted for the purposes of redaction, but in doing so, information was added, which is that the list of
Yes,
attendees was...
if you look at this document, the last part, the very last item, it shows that the meeting was closed and adjourned at 18:30. You see that?
Yes.
Mm. And that's not what we get from the other document.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so
that's
much.
all I'm pointing out, milady. I just don't think that the witness can be led on the basis that this is the other document. And she seems to suggest that she used interesting words. She said that the redacted one was engineered. I'm not quite sure if she's meaning to suggest that it's inauthentic in some way. But it seems to me as though there's a confusion here that needs to be dealt with.
Okay. No, thank you. Thank you. Can we call the witness back? Thank you. Just lower your hand, Mr. Martin.
Well, lady, for the record, just while the witness is coming in, we've also, because we made a copy of what you referred your ladyship to, so we compared the two documents, and as Mr. Martin says, which were indebted to him, there are the changes made, my lady. One can see in where it mentions apologies, it says no apologies, the other one says no members apologized, and the 1.3, which is next to the department should ensure, doesn't appear. So there's been some information removed, some information put in. So it's not making sense to us. I don't know who's responsible for the other version of the document, but if one looks at 1880, you'll see that there are significant, and the previous page, there are significant changes. And as Mr. Martin pointed out, where it says page 1, that shows that the both page ones aren't identical, so it's not making any sense with respect, my lady.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, if I may continue with the witness in the chronology.
Before you do that, I think there's another hand, Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady.
Perhaps the witness is back. Do you want us to discuss this in the presence of the witness?
My lady, I don't think it's going to make any difference. I don't mind.
Well,
if
she
she's
said
present.
she's already she's not there. You can just proceed in any event.
My apologies for interrupting, Mr. Hoders. Just on this issue of the 2 pages, both marked page 1, maybe one should just look again at the response letter from the Director General, dated the 26th of February on page 1876. Where 1876. The last paragraph, add paragraph 1.2, find attached.
Just a second for me.
As your ladyship pleases.
The last part.
Add paragraph 1.2. Find attached redacted minutes together with the attendance register requested. So it appears what creates the impression.
This is now just a second. Oh, yes. Paragraph 1.2. Find attached redacted minutes together with the attendance register. Register requested in paragraph 2.3 of your letter. Okay, continue.
My lady, it suggests that they are 2 separate documents, which would explain why there are 2 pages, paginated page 1.
Okay.
But that is merely
it could be
a deduction
that
on
the
my
attendance.
part.
Come again?
It may merely be a deduction on my part. I may be wrong, my lady, but that the minute itself appears to have been redacted, there's no doubt about. But it may well be that the attendance register is a separate document. And maybe Ms. Mahlangu can perhaps shed light on that.
Yes. Thank you.
As your ladyship pleases.
Thank you, my lady. In response, if one looks at page 188...
The witness is not yet there? Okay.
No, my lady, I'm still addressing this issue. On page 1880, your ladyship will see next to the line that says the department should ensure that the reprioritization does not affect the quality of services. There's a 1.3 on page 1880 under the heading items. That doesn't appear on page 32109. So it seems that somebody has, borrowing the phraseology of Mr. Martins, fiddled or fidgeted with these documents, because I accept what Mr. van Bergen says. There may very well be two different documents that were attached, but one can never explain the absence of the 1.3 under items. It would show that there's been some form of interference somewhere. I don't know by who, and I'm reluctant to attribute the blame to anybody, but they are not the same documents, with respect.
All right. Can we then proceed?
I'm ready, my lady. I see there's a hand up, my lady. Ms. Hassan.
Ms. Hassan?
Sorry, my lady. It doesn't seem that any of us are going to be able to resolve what these documents, which is the authentic version of the minutes. But it does seem to me that the Premier's office needs to clarify which is the correct version. And they are represented in these proceedings, and perhaps they could shed some light for us. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, my lady. Perhaps we could put this matter to bed at that, and I agree with Ms. Hassan in this regard. It does require clarification. They are represented and they are in a position, or ought to be in a position.
Can I just check, Mr. Mukari, are you there? Yes. Is it still the morning? Is it before 12 o'clock?
It's still the morning, my lady.
Yes.
Yes.
Luckily, you are there now. All this back, it goes to you.
Yes. Yes, I've taken note of what has been said. So it's something that I'll take instructions on, because I also cannot shed light on that, on the documents themselves. But the witness can continue and shed light on that, because we can only rely on the evidence of witnesses that are under oath.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Yes. Mr. Odes, can we then proceed?
Thank you, my lady. I agree with Mr. McCurry. This can be sorted out in the fullness of time. I'm just calling for the witness to switch on again, my lady, so that she's back with us, and then we can proceed. We were at page 52301, my lady, of the chronology. I know I took you out of it, my lady, in response.
And then the witness, where is the witness? I don't see the witness. She is not yet sat down. Yes, Ms. Mahlangu. We are now on which page, Mr. Odes?
52301, my lady. We were dealing with the
52301.
Yes, my lady. September 2016, the visits to the NGOs occurred around this time, but it's not in the chronology, my lady. So, Ms. Mahlangu, can you tell the inquest what dates you visited the NGOs as had been recorded would be done in that article by the Premier at the time?
Council, we visited the NGOs. It was over the weekend. I think it was in the 20-something of September. I think it was the 24th or 25th. The dates may not be accurate, but that weekend following the questions that I answered in the legislature.
So we're talking 2016, eh?
Yes, my lady.
Lady. And
Okay.
the delegations were, I had a conversation with the minister prior that he said he wanted his team to be visiting the NGO. I said to him, and we discussed the content of what he wanted his team to gather. I said to him, it may be fruitful for your team to join the work that I'm doing with my officials in the province. So indeed, the minister sent the team from National. It was Professor Soli Taimane and Professor Freeman was there, and Janet Hunter was there. And also then in the province, there were other officials were present. The HOD, of course, led the officials in the province. And the Mental Health Review Board also was part of that. And we separated ourselves into two groups over a Saturday and a Sunday. I went on a Saturday, I went to the Tshwane, I think I went to Sirman with the professor and Jean Hunter. And then Sunday, the HOD was with Professor Taimane on a Saturday. And on a Sunday, I was with Professor Taimane at Masiko, also went to Sterkfontein together. So basically, and we're also looking at specific things in those NGOs, the conditions, the operation facilities, the dining areas, where a toilet, we speak about operation facilities, and also the staffing and the medicines. We looked at all of those issues, and thereafter, I think the officials, they compile a report. And that also was happening parallel with the process of gathering information that I was preparing to package and send to the health ombudsperson.
Now, after those meetings, if you would turn to page 52303, it's 2 pages on. There's a 52303, my lady.
I got the page myself.
Okay.
On 14 October 2016, it says the Premier's Budget Committee meeting, no specific reference to Life Esidimeni. Now, what I want to know from you, Ms. Mahlangu, is subsequent to this, was there any mention or reference to Life Esidimeni in these meetings?
In all the presentation, I'm not sure whether the presentation of the October 14, 2016 of the PBC is on case line. If not, I wish to beg my lady's indulgence that's being projected or being added there, because in this presentation, the department started reporting on all the cost containment measures that were introduced from the 26th of November. Even in this presentation, there was made mention of Life Esidimeni as well as the SABC as part and parcel of that work that would have been started in 2015.
When was it mentioned, this Life Esidimeni? Because this question, it refers, Council is referring you to this chronology, which says that on this very date, there was no specific reference to Life Esidimeni. And then he says now, subsequent there to what happened, was there any reference to Life Esidimeni? Now, this date that you say you want the court to ask to request the minutes, which date is that? Because now you are talking also 26 November, if I heard you properly.
No, my lady, I'm saying, my apology if I confuse the court.
Maybe, yes, I'm confused. I don't understand.
I am saying, I think there's an error in this, the way this is captured.
The chronology.
Yes, there's an error. Life Esidimeni and SABC is reflected in that presentation.
Of the 14th of October.
Yes, my lady.
Okay.
And I'm saying for all the subsequent presentation from the November 2014, the presentation to the PBC would reflected on the Life Esidimeni thing. And I'll just check overlines if that presentation has been shared with the court, and if not, I'll get someone to help me to share it with the court.
Thank you. Mahlangu, if then you turn to page 52311, which is the 18th.
One is raised, cancel. I think there's a hand.
So sorry, my lady, just to interject, my senior, I apologize for that. It will be best if the witness, my lady, can assist us with the years. Like now she mentioned 14 October.
That is why, I'm getting confused. That is why when I interject every time to say, we are talking about 2016, we are talking, Ms. Mahlangu, remember we rely on your evidence. Please give us details. You see this chronology is talking about the dates of 2016. So whatever date you mention in your evidence, let us get also the year to it. You understand?
Yes, my lady, I understand. Maybe
are we still talking? I can't keep on asking you. Are we still talking about 2015, 2016? Right? You are the one who is here to testify. Please assist the court.
Yes. I appreciate that, my lady. We will put the years in. I apologize.
No, she's the one who's giving evidence. She must also, when she clarifies certain things, she must not give dates up to the months. She must mention the year, the years. Please continue. So you had just referred us to page 52311.
11. That's what.
Yes, let me go there, please. Yes, I'm there.
To contextualize, this is after the transfers, and you've seen in the chronologies while there were deaths occurring. We turn to 18 November 2016. And there's a reference there to the pages, my lady, for my colleagues and your ladyship. Page 51990 to 51994 is the keynote address by the Premier, Mr. David Makura. Now, Ms. Mahlangu, can you tell us, or you can summarize what the essence of that keynote address on 18 November 2016 was, please?
I invited the Premier to give a keynote address to the department's revived annual Khanyisa Awards. These awards are meant to recognize civil servants in the health sector who had gone beyond the call of duty to do their work, and those who were innovative in doing so. The Premier then indeed honored us, the department then, with his presence, and he addressed the department, and he spoke about very important areas in his speech about where the department has been, the challenges of finance, the fact that the department had moved to get unqualified audit report from the Auditor General, and the fact that he was pleased with those developments because he had given myself and the HOD at the time 2 years to fix the Department of Health finances. So the long and short of it, the Premier was pleased with the progress made at the time relating to the thorny issue of the state of finance in the department. And he further on went on to elaborate the importance and the significance of the Department of Health and the role it plays in the broader provision of services, not only in the Gauteng province, but also in the neighboring countries in the Southern Africa region. And also said that the turnaround that he had envisaged that it will happen in his eyes, that the progress would have been made. Of course, then he also said that the deinstitutionalization as a government policy was the correct decision, was a correct policy. However, implementation had gone wrong, and he will support every initiative, including the work of the ombuds, to make sure that there is the report or those who are responsible for those deaths. Indeed, there's in full investigation and the truth is established as to what the cause of death, and whoever must be held responsible, and he will ensure that happens. That was the long and short of the premier speech.
Just for record purposes, Ms. Mahlangu, it's there, but you haven't mentioned the name. The HOD that he thanked alongside you is Mr. Silabana, is that correct?
Yes, it was. It says MEC Mahlangu and Dr. Silibano. I thank you for leading the team diligently in ensuring that the department, there is a turnaround.
Ms. Mahlangu, could you then please turn to page 52315, and this is where I jumped out of sequence and where Ms. Hassan kindly pointed it out, for which I'm grateful. On 6 December 2016, the very same Premier made a speech to table the third political report of the ANC, and that appears on pages 5224 to page 52241 of the record. And I had previously, out of sequence, drawn your attention to page 52236. Would you please have regard to that? The importance being the date, 6 December 2016.
Yes, Council, I have the document in front.
That's the speech that Ms. Hassan pointed out that we were referring to, a page within the speech, but I want you to look at page 52236. Which deals with public health care, and if you don't mind reading to this inquest what was stated from line 4 of that page to the third paragraph of page 52237, which would then complete the sequence of events.
Yes, this portion of the speech reads as follows. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Gauteng provincial government manages, may I just take off my glasses, sorry. The Gauteng provincial government manages one of the biggest public healthcare system in the sub-Saharan Africa. Gauteng Department of Health employs 67,000 staff members. On an annual basis.
Just a second, why are you reading, if you can assist me?
Page 52236, my lady, 52236.
52236, I'm there, and then where? Because
it's the fourth line, my lady. She started on the fourth line. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the Gauteng Provincial Government. Does your ladyship have it?
52336.
No, 522, my lady.
Yes, I think I made a mistake.
52236.
Yes, I think I'm on the wrong page. 522. I noted 52236. Yes, okay. This is the second paragraph.
Yes, my lady.
All right. Honorable Deputy Speaker, continue.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Gauteng provincial government manages one of the biggest public healthcare systems in sub-Saharan Africa. The Gauteng Department of Health employs 67,000 members. On an annual basis, Gauteng hospital serves 7.1 million patients in 36 hospitals, 36 community healthcare centers, 375 clinics. We provide health services to patients from our neighboring provinces. Our annual provincial budget is a whopping 34 billion, which is bigger than some of our neighboring countries. We also provide services to patients from SADC countries who contribute substantially to the revenue. There is evidence that the interventions being taken to stabilize the department have yielded positive results as the finances are more stable and there are recorded improvement in public health facilities. An objective and independent assessment will arrive at the conclusion that Gauteng Health was also on an upward trajectory, with an exception of the manner in which the deinstitutionalization of mental health was handled by the department. I would share with you all an email received from Ms. Mutlowung from Soweto earlier this year, who bears testimony to the progress we are making. On the 11th of September 2015, or 11th of November 2015, I had the pleasure of consulting with the gynae department at Chris and at Baragwanath Hospital. To my pleasant surprise, everything was handled so proficiently. To elaborate more on the surprise, everybody had an impression on state services, and it is not flattering at all. To my pleasant surprise, it was the opposite of what I had expected. I was expected to report for duty at around 17 hours in the evening. At the hospital, I was told to be there between 7:30 and 8 a.m. When I left the house, I prepared for work in case I delayed.
Did you say, 8 a.m.? Okay, continue.
When I got in, the queue was long. The whole waiting area was full, including the line for the clerk's office. I had to stand on my feet on the clerk's queue. That's how full it was. The whole reception area was cleared by 11 a.m. Imagine my surprise when I still had about 6 hours before I had to go back. I had to go to work. I think I saw about 10 doctors from one point to another. There was Dr. Eldridge who was directing the queue, telling people which section they need to go, monitoring how quickly the lines moved, and so on. The energy around was that of professionalism, respect, and kindness. If this is how our people are treated on a daily basis, I would urge the department to keep it up. It restores people's dignity, and not once did I feel like I was in a public hospital. When I went to drop off my appointment letter to the X-ray department, I went past another section where there were a lot of people. They had queue marshals who made sure people didn't stand unnecessarily long on wrong queues. Honorable members, Ms. Mtlowung concluded her email by saying, "Please keep up the level of service you render. Hopefully it would only go up from here. This is a wonderful story." Honorable Deputy Speaker, we are also aware that there are painful stories of mental health patients who had died under the care of our provincial Department of Health. I would like to state categorically that we regret any loss of life, because healthcare is about saving life. We grieve with families of those who had died in our health facilities and share their pain. Any death causes enormous pain and anguish among the bereaved families. As the Premier, I would like to assure the bereaved families that I will take all the necessary action to ensure that justice prevails. My view is that deinstitutionalization of mental health patients was the correct policy.
Just read what you see there. It's not just read it properly. It's not was, it's with. My view is that deinstitutionalization of mental health patients with a correct policy could have been handled better. You may proceed. Please read what you see there.
Okay, I await the findings of the investigation of the office of the...
You didn't read that. Just repeat that. I'm not giving evidence. I was just trying to show you that please read what you see there. Don't put words into what is not there, please.
My view is that the institutionalization of mental health patients with a correct policy could have been handled better. I await the findings of the investigation of the Office of the Health Ombudsperson so that we can hold the relevant people responsible and accountable. Should it be found that government officials have acted improperly and negligently, I will act
negligently.
Should it be found that government officials have acted improperly or negligently, I will act without fear, favor, or prejudice. This matter has caused pain and anguish. In the next 2 weeks, we will meet with the affected families. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, Ms. Mahlangu, yesterday you entered into evidence your statement, LL1. I don't want you to repeat the statement, please. All I want you to do as a ladyship provided you the opportunity yesterday is to make your comments on specific points in that statement if you have any, but please direct us to the paragraph that you're dealing with in each instance. So I'm going to provide you the opportunity on LL1 and then LL2 just to highlight the comments that the ladyship you are entitled to make.
Which what's the name of
Starts on LL1 is your statement that was made to the Commission of Inquiry, to the arbitration that was held before Justice Moseneki. Is there anything that you wish to highlight in that statement?
Where does she find that that document? If you can refer her to the page. Yes, but for the sake of everyone.
I beg your pardon, my lady, I'll provide it now.
For the sake of her and everyone, yes.
My lady, it's 52334. Is the front page of that, and then I'll give you the page.
LL2. Is it
LL2, my
LL3?
lady? No,
Is the warning statement? Is it the warning statement?
No, my lady. It's LL1 is the statement I'm referring to. LL2, the warning statement, my lady, which we'll get to later, is 1675. But right now we're starting at the first statement, LL1, which is 52334 and following.
Yes, I got that.
Thank you, my lady. Is there any particular paragraph that you wish to refer to, Ms. Mahlangu?
Thank you, Mali. May I take the court to paragraph 30?
Paragraph?
30.
30.
Yes, my lady.
That will be on page 52341, my lady.
No, I'm there already.
Thank you, my lady.
The point I wish to elaborate on here, my lady, is that there is, out of this work that was delegated to me and the then Secretary General of NEHAU, the HR team in the department was able to report in several meetings of the project where I was present about the total number of staff that were absorbed from Life and or from the Selby clinic, and that's the information I'd like it to be recorded, that the people who were which NEHAU was concerned about that they were going to be retrenched or lose their jobs in one way or the other, those people would have been employed by the department. Those who were not employed was simply because some of them had a negative report when they left the department, and PESAL could not accept them back in that process. So I thought it's important for me to come back to this issue as I had hoped to do so yesterday.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other specific comments? Please provide the paragraph number that you referred to.
I wish to take the court, my apology, counsel, for interjection. I wish to take the court, my lady, to paragraph just before, I think paragraph 31.
Yes.
This relates to the establishment of the family committee. It has been my practice, the way I had worked, and in every department where I was deployed, that people, I encourage, first of all, the families to establish a family committee with the participation of the department, and I further encourage them to give me a call in case the officials were not assisting them or misdirecting them and or not giving them adequate information. I further asked them to go to the NGOs and visit the NGOs with the officials, and where they were not pleased with the NGOs, I further encouraged them to call me and report that they were not, their views were not listened to by the families. And I think that's an important element. And the feeling at the time about providing the mobile number was that I thought it was important for any citizen of our province, in this instance, the mental health family members of the mental health care users, to be able to get hold of me as and when they needed to have a conversation to raise one concern over the other. And I think this is really was about me giving assurance to them that the issues they raised with me about uncertainties when I had a meeting with them, and the concerns that the place where the Edway Valley where I went was very far. For some of them were coming all the way from Pretoria to come to Germiston, and I said to them, whatever concerns you have, I am here to assure you that as a political head of the department, if you have concerns, officials are not listening to you, please, by any time of the day, you should be able to call me. If I may then proceed, my lady, to paragraph 36. The way government does not have resources that are infinite. At least that's how I understand the budgetary constraint. Therefore, mobilizing the public to support the work of the department was not new in the way I had to work with the team, whoever I worked with throughout my life. Going to 702 when I was interviewed about this matter specifically, when I requested through John Robbie's show that we should be ask the public to donate pajamas and tracksuits and all of that, it wasn't recognizing that I know South Africans have a very kind spirit of generosity to be able to be mobilized to come to assist whenever. And another example I will give, my lady, is that there was a time in the department doctors didn't have stethoscopes. You'll ask, but this is the Department of Health, how can the department not have stethoscopes? But they did not have some of them. And I spoke to Discovery. I can't remember exactly who, but some of the senior guys at Discovery, and they donated stethoscopes and they brought them to the department. And I asked the HOD to make sure that the hospitals where we had recorded that there were challenges of stethoscopes, those are delivered in the respective departments. And I can mention other things in this regard, but for the purposes of this court, I'll leave it there. And then the question, may I please move, my lady, to paragraph 39. Again, this is where my visit to the Cullinan CCRC, commonly known, was occasioned by the media questions through Steve Mabona, who was my media liaison at the time. And this was not unusual for some of the concerns in the department for us to discover them via the media. And when the journalist was persisting in talking to Steve the same question, I said, Steve, I think answering the question sitting in the boardroom may not be adequate. I think let's go. Yes, I know the diary may not permit for one reason or the other. When I finished my engagement, wherever I was that Friday, I drove to Cullinan. As I said, I asked Mrs. Mure to join me, Mrs. Mary Grace, and Mr. Beaton. The main issues, my lady, were relating to the sharing of the kitchen of the NGOs, were relating to the staffing needs. And I know for a fact that Mrs. Mure and Mrs. Msimang, they engage nurses from Vescopis and other institutions so that the support is given to these NGOs, as well as when we're doing the walkabouts in the facility that was run by the NGO, I observed that there was overcrowding, which concerns me greatly. And I asked the Mr. PT and the Dr. Monamela, to be exact, to look into that matter and attend to it. May I Because then the last issue I'd like to raise on this statement, I think it relates to paragraph 49. This is about the payment or the issues raised about the payment of the NGOs that were not registered, the treasury, and all of those challenges. Once I was made aware that there were challenges in the NGOs, specifically the new NGOs, I made sure that I asked the CFO and the HOD and their teams that these matters are corrected. And I've already said that there was a time Mr. BT and the HOD and the CFO worked tirelessly over a weekend to make sure that intervention of the essentials are provided to this NGO. Over and above that, through the CFO's office, which Ms. Babita Tikoren, may her soul rest in peace, we worked very well together. She reported in every Friday meetings about the payment of the NGOs, the progress thereof, and I think Council can refer the court to some of those email exchanges between Babita and her colleagues about that work. I would wish to end on this statement, and with your permission, my lady, I'll go to LL2.
Thank you.
My lady, the emails that the witnesses referred to have been uploaded, my lady, at page 52378 through to page 52387, my lady. They have accurate dates, my lady, but they're filed because of the nature of an email in reverse order. So it goes from the most recent backwards. So your ladyship will see if one has regard to at 52386, it's the 6th of September 2016. And it goes through to page 52378, which is the 13th of September 2016. This is just in support of what you've referred the inquest to. Is that correct, Ms. Mahlangu?
Yes, Council, it is correct.
If you would then please go to your warning statement, LL2, which is at page 1675, my lady. This was handed in through you, but you did not read it out. It wasn't necessary to do so. Is there anything that you wish to highlight or comment on in this statement LL2, Ms. Mahlangu?
My lady, may I take the court to page 3, which is 1677, paragraph 7.2. And I'll talk to...
Just a second.
And that time for everybody to get to the page is 1677.
Yes, I'm there.
Proceed.
This paragraph talks about deinstitutionalization, and I'd like to specifically deal with the issue of how the department managed or how the information was shared with me relating to where the mental health care users were going to be taken to after being taken out from the life institutions. Initially, I was given a report, my lady, and there is a huge document which talks about or is a correct version of all the answers I have ever given to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. And the initial questions that were asked from me by members of the legislature about where the mental health care users were going to be taken, my first answer to those series of questions at tea break, at lunchtime, my lady, I'll just go through that document and check if indeed they appear in case line or not, so that the court can have a full sense of what I'm talking about. The initial answers then was that the mental health care users were going to be taken to government-owned facilities that were no longer being occupied by government. The several institutions were mentioned was Jimiston Old Hospital, there was TMI, which is somewhere in Parktown, and I can't remember the other facilities, but those are ones that come to mind. And I think there were some wards in Vescopis and other institutions. As time was going on, and then the team came back and said, these health facilities will not be ready, or they're going to take a lot of time to be ready, but there is a solution, and the solution was that the Mental Health Act that was approved, I think between, I can't remember exactly with here, the court would have the details of that, was talking to the issues of deinstitutionalization. Therefore, the Gauteng Provincial Department of Health had already started with deinstitutionalization long before I came. I was then I further then provided answers to the legislature, which the Premier will be privy of because he's a member of the legislature, to say that the mental health care users will no longer be taken to hospitals as it was initially envisaged, particularly those that will take long to finish. Rather, some of the patients, some wards will be finished in the respective hospitals, I think specifically Sterkfontein and Vescopis, but the rest of the other facilities will be excluded. The balance of the patients will be taken to, or the mental healthcare users will be taken to NGOs, because at the time I was informed that Gauteng already had about 10,000 mental health care users in community-based mental health programs throughout the province. And if I remember very well, it was said that some of the NGOs were the best. I think there was an NGOs mentioned in Bronkhorstspruit that was one of the best. And the NGOs were also grouped the way they told me, that they were grouped in the sense that not all of them provided the same service. There'll be NGOs that were providing geriatrics. There'll be NGOs that providing a patient who needed this and that based on the classification that the team would have shared with me. So this is what I really wanted for the court to be fully aware that the initial information given to me, which I shared with the legislature, subsequently it was changed, and all that those questions, if the court doesn't have, I can provide those answers. And again, may I also take the court to 7.2.5, which is 1678, I think, on case line.
Yes.
With your permission, my lady, when the request was made that the contract cancellation will not be feasible to be concluded by the 30th of March, then we gave the extension of up to the 30th of June, and there was never an indication on anyone that the further 3 months extension would not be sufficient. And this is also confirmed by the fact that Mr. Musonegi, in his own documents before this court, has already shared with the court that he did not, or the team under him and through him and the HOD, did not come to request for further extension simply because the Mental Health Directorate, it's all in under Mr. Msonogi's documents, gave him an indication that they will be able to complete the work of the project within the timelines as it was further granted. And this one minor issue I need to mention, that I think Dr. Manamela mentioned it in one meeting, I can't remember exactly which one, when she said one of the problems that was the longer it took for the department to complete the move, it was not good for the mental health care users because the quality of care was deteriorating at the life institutions. On the basis of that, I think this affirms the point that Mr. Msonofi made in the documentation before this court.
Thank you.
And then in paragraph 9.1, relating to the project committee and its subcommittees, as I was trying to indicate earlier, my lady, was that meetings and throughout my existence, participation in the provincial government as the MEC, I would ask the team to come brief me, or they will request the meeting through my office. And I met with the project team whenever I was available. And that is important because if you look at what the Premier speech, the roles and responsibilities that I was assigned to over and above all other things I had to do, it was virtually impossible for me to meet with the team every 2 weeks. And I had full confidence, my lady, to the team. And the point I made yesterday, and I wish to repeat it because for the sake of emphasis, the period under review, which is 2014 to 2017, the department had embarked on 2 other projects before the Life Esidimeni contract. And I think in the answers to the legislature, there's interaction with the members of the legislature who were commending the work done by the department in the movement of patients from the old Nataspreit Hospital to Telemukharane. They move at least 500 patients in one day, from neonates to to children who were admitted in hospitals, to mothers who were pregnant, to anybody. They move all of those categories in one day seamlessly, and there was not even a single incident in that. And Mr. Msonefu was at the helm of that project.
Okay.
The second project led was the CELBI project. Here, the patients, the project team was working together. Mr. Mkhunov is still being partly lead of the project, and they worked with all other officials, including the heads of internal medicines of the affected hospitals. We're referring to CELBI, which is Charlotte Makrege, Chrisane Paragwana, Helen Joseph, and Helen Joseph. So they worked together with all of them in ensuring that the process was smooth. Not even once the reports they gave me suggested that there were problems, and I believed them and I trusted them and I had full confidence in them. That project went without any difficulties. Then the third project, same team more or less, with the varying individuals. We're adding district teams, which is your chief directors from the 5 districts, that is Tshwane, Ekurhuleni, Sidibeng, Johannesburg, as well as Western. So those were the teams added here. And later on, I think Dr. Park from Sterkfontein, he's a psychiatrist, was added together with the CEO of Sterkfontein. And Dr. Madikwe, he was from Tara, he was added in the team together with the CEO of that hospital. And there was the CEO of Vescopis, I can't remember, I think it was Mrs. Mabena, and Dr. Sogudela, who was also a psychiatrist. And I think Kalinen was represented by somebody. So at any given point in time, whenever it was necessary to add members of the team so that the work of the team can be enhanced and that the patient care is not compromised under any circumstances. That work that I assisted in guiding the team, even when they needed the issues of infrastructure were being raised by our DDG, then was responsible for infrastructure. I said to them, I will ask the MEC for the infrastructure to make sure that the team from infrastructure comes to the meeting. So the long and short, my lady, I met with the officials as and when I was available, but from time to time, when they needed me to guide or to get other department or other senior officials to join the team, I did not hesitate to support them because I had full confidence in the team and the work that they've done, simply because Mr. Musinakhe in particular had done other work in the province relating to the movement of patients that related to patient care. Paragraph, I'm moving on to 1682.
So 1682, that's the page reference. What paragraph number?
Paragraph 9.13. Once the mental health care users were all placed in the different NGOs, it is in the record and the chronology we've gone through. Dr. Manamela then presented the report to say, okay, there and there we need to do this as based on what the report was saying. And I said to them, I think we need to further mobilize other stakeholders to come on board. I wrote a letter to the Telecom Foundation. I spoke to the CEO of Telecom then, and he directed me to speak to my request to the Telecom Foundation. And I also spoke to the CEO of ITC then, and I subsequently wrote a letter to them. The request was simply saying to them, can you come to the party through the money you put aside for social corporate responsibility, that those resources be directed at supporting the work of the department, namely to help the facilities where the mental health care users have been pledged to create like a multi-sports facilities so that the mental health care users can have ample or have a lot of opportunities for them to be active in those areas. Telkom came back and said they cannot assist, but the ITC came to the party. As anyone can go to Sterkfontein today and they will find the donation that was made and by the ITC. They constructed a beautiful facility. I haven't seen it, but I was told that that was completed subsequently to my departure, because I wrote these letters in 2016, but ITC came on board and said, yes, we are keen to help. And that facility was constructed on the basis of the request done. Why did I do that? In my view was that when we say we deinstitutionalizing and we taking the mental health care users to facilities that must help to stimulate and help them to live independent life. And we've all seen how nowadays Olympic different types of sporting activities worldwide, even there's World Cup to that effect. So I thought that it's important for the mental health care users to have such opportunities and be able to spend time in facilities that can help them to be stimulated and improve their healthcare and their lives for the better. I think those are the things, my lady, that I wished to conclude, to mention from the things that I had wanted to raise yesterday when I was presenting. Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Mahlangu, you heard testimony in this inquest of a fraudulent license that had been placed behind the door to mislead you. Do you have any comments in that regard?
Council, firstly to say that the license issuing in several meetings, it will be said and reported that licenses have been issued to different NGOs, and I assume that those licenses were legal. Specifically to the license you're referring to, I had no knowledge that the license was put behind the door for the purposes of concealing that it was a license meant for another NGO. So I had no knowledge of licenses being issued fraudulently to different people, because, as I said, Dr. Manamela and her team has been doing this work for the longest of time, and I had no reason, no doubt, to believe that they will not be in a position to do what is right in the eyes of the patients, but also in just doing the ethical things, because medical professionals, even the nurses, they take oaths. And my understanding, those oaths are binding in terms of people's conscience. And I've often made an example that my profession, the economics, I wish there was an oath like that for economists, but there isn't. But the people I worked with are people of authority, with a lot of ethics in terms of their profession and study. And I had no reason to doubt that, or to believe or to suspect that the license will be, they can issue licenses to another NGO and give it to another NGO for the purposes of just wanting to comply and pleasing me. Had I known about that, I would have acted and acted decisively.
Did you play any role in the issuing or approval of licenses for any of these NGOs?
I played no role, my counsel. I played no role at all whatsoever. Until the age I was informed by Professor Mahuba that there was a problem with the licenses, and I said to him, but the HOD assured me that Dr. Manamela has been signing the licenses. Before that, I did not know much about that she was not supposed to have signed those licenses.
Again, you were informed by the HOD that Dr. Manamela has been
the NGO licenses as long as
has been issuing or
issuing licenses to NGOs for the longest of time. So I had no doubt, the reason to doubt that.
Okay. Just hold it there.
Yes, Your Ladyship, please.
Continue.
Thank you. Ms. Mahlangu, can you explain to this inquest what the procedure was at the time that you were the MEC when correspondence was received at the Gauteng Department of Health addressed to you? What would happen in relation to that correspondence on a procedural basis?
Okay, so for instance, by way of example, if I receive a letter for an invite to speak at the event, if it's relating to the health, my PA will say, MEC will receive this invite. Who can I ask to help us to prepare, to make input into your speech? And then if she knew the person, she'll direct, or if she didn't, then she'll discuss with me. If it's related to the invites or it related to the correspondence about matters relating to the departmental work, or whether it's HIV and AIDS, or it is the orthopedic matter, or the relating to any matter or any discipline within the Department of Health, I would refer ask the PA, or even in my absence, she was a very bright young girl, she will refer the matters to the appropriate person in the department and then inform me, oh, I referred this matter to this person whenever she saw me post up. Sometimes I didn't see her for a week. And she said, okay, I referred this matter to so-and-so for action, and I've asked them to give you feedback. And there'll be a lot of correspondence, and sometimes I'll receive more than 100 emails a day. And she had full access to my email. When she received my email, and then she'll go through them, and once she's realized that this email is important and it raises pertinent issues, she will always, the HOD will always be copied, even if she refers the matter to a specific person. Remember, in terms of the PFMA, the HOD is an accounting officer. And therefore, when you refer the matter to the HOD, you're not simply saying that to anybody who's junior or somebody who knows nothing about the matter. You're referring to a very competent authority to help me respond and to deal with the issues. That's why most of the things that will be referred to me will be referred to the HOD, and the HOD will help us generate information to ask. And issues relating to the legislature per se. When questions are asked in the legislature, they are sent to my office, to the MEC's office, via the parliamentary liaison person. Then the parliamentary liaison person then directs those questions to the HOD, and the HOD then has the process in his office. I don't know how it worked, but we had 10 days, 10 working days to answer those questions. If you receive a question today on a Wednesday, so you will then refer it to people, then within 10 days, that answer must be ready to be taken back to the legislature for answering. And if you didn't answer, you must go to the legislature and answer as to why didn't you answer the question. So it depended on the matter and the issue. At no stage did I refer the matter to the HOD because I was running away from dealing with issues. It is common cause that I am not a medical doctor. At least I have a master's degree in economics. If you ask me why do you refer a matter relating to economics to somebody else instead of dealing with it, bro, I'll say, well, you are not being clever, but I am not a medical doctor. So when I have there are issues that are raised relating to health matters, I had more than 60,000 employees in the department, and probably more than 70% of that were health professionals of one kind or the other. And I had to rely on them. And in many instances, in making decisions and in responding to correspondence and all of that. Matters relating to HIV and AIDS, I would talk to the HOD and to the chief director concerned and said, Mrs. Mupe, this is an issue that I'm concerned about, or this is an issue that must be dealt with, or this is a correspondence I received from this NGO, from that organization. How do we deal with it? She'll compile a report and information and send to me, including developing or writing the speech of the MEC for the budget speech in the legislature. That speech is information is generated from the different units in the department, then given to the MEC's office as raw information. Then we put together the speech. The details of the department does not reside in the political office. It resides within the administration, and the administration, it is led by the head of department in any department in South Africa.
Now, how regularly or how often did you meet with the project team relating to the termination of the Life Esidimeni contract of the pardon?
Whenever I was available, Council, but I did not meet them every 2 weeks. Whenever I was available, I met them. The meetings I remember that I had every single Friday was the meetings of the finances. Those I had every single Friday. When I couldn't attend, I would call the HOD and the CFO. I said, I am not able to attend for this reason. And they'll be able to proceed with the meeting and give me feedback after that meeting. But the project team specifically of this, I did not have those meetings as frequently as it has been suggested, but I met with them. Similarly, the meeting with the SABC contract, I did not meet with the team frequently. Similarly, with the team that was dealing with the movement of, the movements of the patients from the old natal spread to the new natal spread, I did not meet with them every day. And by way of example, when I met with the team and there were problems, I'll endeavor to make sure those problems are resolved. When we were preparing to open the hospital, the Natal Spread Hospital, there was a timeline, my lady. And the Premier said, within 100 days of after being sworn in, I want to open the hospital. And the team worked flat out to open that. And there was an issue about equipment that were not available. And the stories were just, today you hear this, today you hear that. I said to them, why don't you just take a plane and go to Germany and get this equipment? It was 9 hours away. So, but in the end, they were able to get the equipment in South Africa on time. The hospital was open. So I met with the team whenever it was necessary. I met with the team when they requested the meeting when I was not available. The HOD was always there available to deal with the issues. And if you look at my roles and responsibilities, I think it will take a superhuman being to do all of those things and be able to meet with, to do each and every one of deal with each and every one of these things that I was supposed to have meant to have done, particularly relating to this project. If it was really, I needed not to sleep if I really had to do some of the things that is suggested that I would have done. I should have done.
Who did you rely upon for information relating to the termination of the Life Esidimeni contract?
Come again, Council?
Repeat your question.
Who did you rely upon for information relating to the Life Esidimeni project?
I relied on the HOD and his team, Dr. Manamela and Mr. Msoneri, to be exact.
My lady, would this be an appropriate time to take the lunch adjournment? I do believe that I am almost completely intent to the testimony this afternoon, my lady.
Thank you. The witness is warned. We will take the lunch adjournment and we can resume at 2 o'clock.
Yes,
Thank
lady,
you.
sir. Thank you, my lady.
As the court pleases.
As the court pleases, my lady.
As your ladyship pleases.
provincial government led by Premier David Makura and not by me personally. And I was part of that team when the decision was made. Therefore, I know that the implementation process was the responsibility of the Department of Health, and I carry no personal authority to have been able to have so much power to make such decisions on my own. Thank you.
Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Hassim.
Lady, I just have a question for my.
And then there is a little bit of Ms. Mahlangu, if you can just stay put so that we can be able to hear. Then there is a lot that is happening from where she's sitting. Thank you. If you can just mute yourself, Ms. Mahlangu. Thank you.
Thank you, my lady. Before we adjourned for lunch, the witness spoke about a folder with information regarding the answers to the provincial legislature that she said she would look over at lunch. And I didn't hear her address that, first of all. Second of all, I think that should be made available to the inquest, that folder or the documents that Ms. Mahlangu has with her.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hodes?
I understand what my learned friend is referring to. It's 600.
I'll come to you, Mr. Sibara. Thank you.
It's 600 pages of documents. Whoever wants it is entitled to it. Please, I don't have an issue. We don't believe it takes the matter further, and it comprises of 600 pages.
Yes, before I note Mr. Sibara, Ms. Hassim, would you want to respond to this?
Yes, my lady. If the witness is going to be referring to the documents, then
it must be made available.
And then it has to be made available. Thank you, my lady.
That's it, yes. Is there a way the document can be made available to the inquest, Mr.
My lady,
yes, can I hear Mr. Late first?
Sure.
My lady, as far as I understand the law of evidence, only if such a document is referred to and is relevant to the cause, then such a document has to be put available to the other parties and can then be entered as evidence.
Yes.
I submit that if they have got the documents electronically, I don't know whether they have, such can be made available at the request of the people who want to have a look at it. But as far as I understand the law of evidence, only when it forms part of a person's evidence, the mere possession thereof doesn't make it admissible as evidence. It must be part of the evidence of that person, as well as it must be relevant to the matter.
Yes, but how will she know, Miss Hassim?
My lady.
Yes.
We are not on a fishing expedition here.
Correct. Yes.
If there is evidence that emanates from those documents, of course, then it can be put to the possession of the court. But if she doesn't testify from them, doesn't have them in front of her while testifying, nobody has the right to access to any document the person has. It must form part of evidence, and then it can be handed in. You can't go on a fishing expedition regarding every single document that a person has in his possession.
Yes, Ms. Hassim, would you want to say something before I close the matter? Mr. Sibara, I'm not ignoring you. I just think maybe that you are coming with a different topic, not necessarily in relation to the document that. Are you raising another issue? Does it relate to the very same document that is being discussed? Huh?
It is.
Oh, okay. Let us give you a chance before Ms. Hasim responds.
Thank you, Malid. The witness commented that she has a huge document. I think that is the very same document we are talking about. The relevancy and the irrelevancy of the document becomes difficult to determine at this stage
because the document, we don't know what the document is contained in the document.
It might not be relevant to her, but it might be relevant to us and even to the inquest court, my lady. As it pleases the court, my lady.
Ms. Hasim?
My lady, yes, first of all, this is not a fishing expedition. We didn't know about the existence of this. We only asked, I'm raising it because the witness herself referred to it and said she wishes to speak to it. So that's the reason. It's not a fishing expedition. If it's not going to be relied upon, then there's nothing for us to see. And as far as relevance goes, I agree with my learned friend, Mr. Sibara. We can't know until we've seen it. Thank you, my lady.
Yes, Mr. van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. Perhaps just on a different but related topic. I don't know if Mr. Late has perhaps has had an opportunity to speak to Colonel Ditaba about the
thank you so
PBC minutes.
The one dated the 14th of October.
I think it's the 13th of November, my lady. I may be wrong with the date.
No, I think it was it not there were two dates. One was the other November, one we have them. That was the 26th of, is it November?
Is the 26th of November, and I think.
And the other one?
I think in some sense it's the 14th of November.
2016.
2016.
Is it
2014?
2014.
Yes.
14 November 2014.
As your ladyship.
No, that's not Mr. Late.
My lady, according to the records, the meeting was held from the 11th to the 13th of November. And I don't have any records of the minutes. Only there's only a show that formed the part of the meeting that is on the record. But I couldn't get hold of Colonel Ditabo, but I did a search of all the documents that I had received from him, and there is no such document as part of the record.
Okay, you can just check with him, and then
yes.
All right. Can we?
Yeah, his phone is on voicemail, and I can't get hold of him.
Yes. Is there a way we can be able to access this 600-page document? Because we don't know what that document contains. We don't know whether it is relevant or not, because we do not have any, we have never had sight of it.
My lady, may I address the court?
Oh, is that the witness?
Yes, my lady.
Yes, I can't see you. I don't know now what is happening.
I am here, my lady.
Oh, okay. Can you all see her?
We can, my lady.
Yes, my lady.
My lady, I can't see her or your ladyship.
My lady, you're muted.
Ms. Mahlangu?
My lady, the document I referred to contains speeches and questions and answers to the legislature I had given from the period from 2009 to 2016 December. Maybe what will be necessary that I go through the document and isolate those that are relevant to this matter, and then I'll hand over them to my counsel. But I can do that only this evening, and then I hand it to my counsel tomorrow.
You say it contains speeches from 2009 to 2014?
Yeah. My speeches, the speeches and questions and answers to the legislature that are made from the period of 2009 to 2016. That's why it is such a long document.
Okay. Thank you.
So what
okay, finish.
What I'm requesting, if the court requires to see this, I can exclude those that the period before 2009, before 2014, and hand over what is relevant from this court from 2014 up to 2016. I don't know how many pages would that be, but that exercise, I can do it this afternoon and hand the documents to the court tomorrow.
Mr. Sibaro?
I think that will help, because I wanted to propose same, that perhaps if the witness can be given time and Mr. Late to try and locate Colonel Ditabo on the outstanding documents, which I think they are relevant for purposes of cross-examination, my lady.
Yes, Mr. Asim, you are the one who requested. Yes, I hear you, Mr. Sibar. I have noted Mr. Martin. Mr. Asim, are you also there? Yes.
My lady, if the witness says that she's able to isolate only that part of her documents that are relevant, then that would suffice.
Okay.
If she's intending to rely on it, and if she thinks it's relevant, so that would be sufficient. I would think. My lady, I also wanted to point out, since I've got the platform, that Lieutenant Colonel Ditabo is in this meeting. He's one of the participants. So maybe Mr. Late is having difficulty.
It's fine. Let's leave that to Mr. Late. Yes. I saw there is Mr. Martin and Mr. Pinar, Mr. Late. Witness can just step aside, it's okay. Just for now. There's no need for you to leave the meeting, Ms. Mahlangu. Mr. Martin?
My lady, just to point out, if there is going to be a sudden flurry of documents uploaded, and I can't speak to whether or not they are relevant and how Mr. Hodes would wish to deal with them once they are uploaded. But there is a prospect that he may want to talk his witness through them. I don't know if that is in fact the case, but I am concerned that if we were to start cross-examining the witness today, that once the documents are uploaded tomorrow...
Yes, I will deal with that, because yes. Remember, the issue of this document was raised just now after the lunch adjournment. I think the court will deal with that. Perhaps it's even better that it has been dealt with before she finishes with examination by Mr. Hodes. Mr. Late, there was Mr. Pinar also had a hand. I don't know whether you prefer to go before you.
Mr. Late is welcome, my lady. I have no objection.
Okay, that's fine. Mr. Late?
I agree, my lady, with the proposal regarding Ms. Mahlangu sorting out the documents that are relevant and then put them to my availability, and I will then upload them if necessary. As far as Colonel Ditabo is concerned, his phone is definitely off, and I can just say that he always enters the meeting in the morning, but he doesn't stay with his computer the whole day because he's got other duties to fulfill. So his computer is permanently on the meeting, but it's not necessarily that he's in front of his computer.
It's in your hands. That's why I didn't want to hear these other things. I just said it's in your hands. You'll handle it. Yeah,
Yes,
Mr. Pina.
I please the court, my lady. I would submit that the suggestion made by the witness, Ms. Mahlangu, is a sensible one to deal with this issue, and also at the same time to finalize or get clarity on the minutes regarding that Lieutenant Colonel Di Tavo as to endeavour to obtain. I would venture to suggest, my lady, taking into consideration our time period and the fact what Mr. Martin has related to or referred to, that Mr. Odes may require an opportunity to peruse the said documentation identified by his witness and to consult with her and prepare when she continues with her evidence in chief. I would venture to suggest, I submit, my lady, maybe we should rather postpone the inquest to Friday to continue. Then at least if the witness has already complained today that she was not feeling too well, and so I'm just a suggestion not to have further interruptions, my lady. Then there's sufficient time for all the parties, if that documentation is uploaded by tomorrow morning, for all the parties to peruse it and to be prepared to continue as the court pleases. But that's the suggestion, my lady.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pina.
May it please the court, my lady.
Mr. Pitlela? Mr. Odes, you'll come last. Mr. Pitlela?
As the court pleases, my lady, my apologies. I'm a bit under the weather. So, my lady, I wanted to suggest that if the document can be uploaded as is, then it be uploaded. The witness can take a time to use only those portions that are relevant. My worry is we don't know what the document contains. We don't know what would render it relevant at this stage. So that determination should be done separately by us with the document. Then the witness can identify the parts that she feels are relevant. But at least we would have had sight of the whole document. We can make that determination of relevance, my lady.
Thank you. And before I go to Mr. Odes regarding the proposals by Mr. Pina, can I hear what you're going to say regarding the document itself? Is it not better to get the full document and the witness can identify whatever she wants to rely on? Because she's the one who introduced the document. Mr. Van Bergen? Oh,
thank you.
Ms. Hasim, okay. Mr. Van Bergen, you can go first. Okay.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Hasim, you going first.
I'm so sorry.
Be my guest.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to jump ahead of my learned senior 9 for the purpose of this inquest. So if the witness can isolate it, that would be preferable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Hassan took the words out of my mouth.
Okay.
I was going to make the same suggestion. I can perhaps just add, my lady, that as far as Mr. Pina's suggestion is concerned, there are the documents that were uploaded this morning, the Annexure D to the witness's statement.
Correct.
That and certain other documents which I think are of lesser importance, but I certainly have not had the time to peruse them and see how relevant they are and how to deal with them. So some time will be welcome to do that, but I don't believe that I will need
Friday,
as
is
much
it not
as
too far? It's too much time.
Yeah, no,
I mean-
lady, I won't need it, and I can't speak for any of the other parties, but I don't think it'll be necessary to postpone it until
Today
Friday.
it's Wednesday, no?
As your ladyship pleases.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Mr. Late, then Mr. Odes, or Mr. Late?
Thank you, my lady. What I meant with a fishing expedition is that if all the documents are put and everybody can just peruse them at their will and use them like they want, but if of course if it's done in a way that the witness had suggested and Mrs. Hassim agreed with, then it's not a fishing expedition. Then it will can be relevant in the circumstances. So I would suggest that is the correct way to go. I don't need.
There's no need to upload the whole. Are you saying there's no need to upload the whole document? The witness can deal with what she finds relevant.
Yes. That's correct.
Okay,
the whole document will just weight up the record as it is. And as far as the postponement is concerned, I don't agree with that. The witness has testified for 2 days, nearly 2 days, and it's not necessary to go through all the documents before she's cross-examined. She's given extensive evidence already, my lady.
Okay, Mr. Odes, I'm closing the matter after Mr. Odes.
My lady, I believe there's consensus. My lady, the document in question comprises of 613 pages. To give you some indication of why we don't believe it's relevant, there's only reference to Life Esidimeni on 6 of the 613 pages. I'm happy to record those numbers, and I've got no difficulty, my lady, in adopting a transparent attitude to this and making the document available to everybody by email, and they can decide what they want to use and what they want to include it. We took the view that it's not relevant, but they're entitled to make their own assessment. I have no difficulty, my lady.
But if the witness says she can make those, she will just check the document.
My lady, I'm prepared to put it on record now. The pages that refer to Life Esidimeni are page 384, page 430, 384,
yes,
413, 516, 517, 607, and 608. Those are the pages that we found on a search of Life Esidimeni in the document. Transparent, my lady. They can have access to all of the documents will circulated by email. I do not believe that it needs to encumber the record any further, the 600 odd pages. Should they require anything from those papers, they're more than welcome to utilize it. I have no difficulty, my lady. We are adopting a transparent attitude here.
So what about the proposal by the witness? What are you saying about it?
We didn't deem it necessary or relevant to bring them in, my lady, but because she referred to it in her testimony as having had sight of it, it's her speeches, questions and answers in the legislature. They're more than welcome to it. They're public documents, I do believe, in any event, my lady, but if they don't have access, we are more than willing to provide them to everybody, and they can make their assessment and decide what they want to do with it. I don't have any difficulty, my lady.
Okay,
I haven't discussed it.
Come again, you have discussed the issue with?
I have not discussed it with her. She's in a separate room, as your ladyship knows. So I don't know her attitude. She seems to have expressed it on record here. But I have no difficulty, my lady, and anybody who wants it having access to it and making their own decisions. I'm not trying to hide anything away from anybody. Let me make it very, very clear, my lady.
There you are. And then the issue of a postponement.
My lady, I don't believe
you haven't requested a postponement.
No, my lady, we don't need a postponement. We were ready. We had difficulties uploading documents, for which I did apologize, my lady. But uploaded, and her statements have been on record for a very long period of time. Her warning statement was on record, and reference to most of her statement, which is LL1, was in the transcript. So we don't believe that there's any need to delay the cross-examination. We are ready to proceed, my lady.
Yes, regarding this document, are you saying that these very same pages that you have referred the court to, those that you have indicated that they refer to Life Esidimeni,
Yes, ma'am.
are you prepared that these pages can just be uploaded?
With pleasure, my lady. You can have 613 pages. You can have
not all the pages. I'm referring only
with
to.
pleasure, my lady. That's why I looked at them. I have no difficulty. If your ladyship wants to load
would
them,
you need the opportunity to take the witness through those pages? You don't, because you don't feel that those documents, it's relevant.
no, my lady. There are questions in the legislature. They don't influence this in any possible way. But I don't want to be seen to be holding back on any documentation or information. If your ladyship wants us to upload those 6 pages,
No. Yes, I'm just saying because
ladyship wants us to provide the documents to everybody. I've got no difficulty, my lady. I'll comply. I've got no issue whatsoever.
Okay.
Thank you,
Mr. Asim, do you want to respond to this and then so that I can close the matter? Oh, Mr. Mkai.
Yes, my lady, thank you. I just wanted to say that Mr. Hode's suggestion is the most practical one. I think we should just proceed. Thank you, my lady.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Hasim, you are the one who raised this issue. I wanted to close the issue. You hear what Mr. Odes is saying?
Yes, my lady. I accept fully what Mr. Hodes is saying. And I leave it to him to decide. If he says it's not relevant, then there's nothing for us to see. The witness was the one who referred to it, so I leave it to Mr. Hodes to make the call on this.
Okay, all right. Yes, on that basis, I don't think it's necessary to upload the document. Can we then proceed, Mr. Odes? Are you saying you're closing your evidence in chief?
I have closed, my lady.
Thank you. What is the time now? It's 2:30. I don't think there is any reason for us to postpone the proceedings today. As Mr. Late has indicated that the witness has been in the stand for 2 days. We can just proceed. I don't know whether Mr. Martin or is it Mr. Watbringela, are they ready to proceed with their cross-examination? Mr. Sibara, I saw there is a hand from Mr. Sibara before I...
Thank you, my lady. I know Mr. Martins is the one to start. We just wanted to request an indulgence. Dr. Manamela is the person of interest, that we should be given an indulgence to put questions just before Mr. Hodes will clarify or re-examine, my lady.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Martin?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I was going to make a similar request, but from a slightly different angle. As it stands at the moment, I really have just one point that I want to clarify with the witness. And unless something changes, that would be my cross-examination. I don't have a cross-examination prepared that I would want to otherwise lead her on. I would just ask, in the interests of time, if I might ask her on a very narrow point relating to the licenses now, and only if it becomes apparent during other people's cross-examination of the witness that I do need to come back, that your ladyship would indulge me in before Mr. Hodes re-examines her, allowing me an opportunity to question her on anything else that comes up. Your ladyship would have heard that the witness tends to use the HOD's name quite a lot in her answers. So there is a prospect that something might come up during the other cross-examination.
Okay, thank you.
As it pleases your ladyship. Aside from that, I just have a very narrow line of questions on the licenses, and I'm quite happy to ask that now and remove myself.
Do you want to ask? No. Can we just reserve your cross-examination so that you hear the cross-examination of the others first?
My lady,
otherwise it's going to be piecemeal. Yes.
Right.
All right. Cross-examination is reserved on behalf of Mr. Selebano. And then Can I just find out, Mr. Mukari, you said you came here on a watching brief.
Yes, my lady, it was to listen to the evidence of this witness, but I'm happy to allow the families to cross-examine him. Then if there will be any questions that I may ask, then I may ask after that, but it will be very limited. But I'm happy to allow the families and the Life Esidimeni to come first.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, my lady.
Mr. Pinar?
May it please the court, my lady. I am going to request an indulgence, my lady, that I commence with my cross-examination tomorrow morning. There are certain issues that have come out now during Ms. Mahlangu's evidence in chief, which I'd just like to clarify and hopefully thereby curtail my cross-examination. Furthermore, my lady, Mr. van Bergen, my learned friend, referred to documentation that was only uploaded this morning, which I received at a late stage. I would just like, I haven't had this time to peruse that in depth, but I'd like to do that before I commence with my cross-examination. Might have an effect, I'm not sure. But at this stage, I am of the opinion that I need time just to clarify certain issues that I intend raising in cross-examination in order to curtail my cross-examination as much as possible, my lady.
Okay, thank you. I know that Mr. van Bergen is not yet ready, given what he has submitted before court in relation to the documents that were uploaded this morning, which are annexures to the statement by the witness. And I take it that if those documents, those annexures were only uploaded this morning, that I take it that I don't think all of you had the opportunity to look at the document, unless there is any one of you who is ready to cross-examine the witness. I think that what we should do is to start the cross-examination of this witness tomorrow morning, given the length of her evidence. Is that fine?
As your ladyship pleases.
Because I think everybody will be saying that they will start at a later stage, given the fact that some documents were received today.
Please,
Mr. Odes, did you want to say something?
No, my lady, we'll abide by your lady's ruling on this.
Yes. Mr. Mkari, I'm going to, okay, let me hear you.
Yes, my lady, I was saying that I think it will make practical sense that
yes,
we give everybody time to reflect on this evidence, and the first one to cross-examine starts tomorrow morning. But
yes,
as to who will start tomorrow morning so that we know the sequence.
No, what is happening, it's just that you came late in the proceedings. We have got a list of, in terms of the council, in terms of your seniority. Perhaps they can just, if you can get that list so that we know as to where do you fit. Yes, but you have already indicated that you would prefer to maybe to cross-examine at a later stage, maybe after the Council for the Families and Council for Life Esidimeni.
Indeed, my lady.
Yes, I'll just see as to when to squeeze you as we go along. But as of now, I think it's only prudent that the proceedings should be adjourned until tomorrow morning, and then I think Mr. Pinar will continue, and then Mr. van Bergen will then follow.
Thank you, my lady.
Where is the witness? Ms. Mahlangu, you are still in the witness stand. Remember that you are not finished with your evidence.
Yes,
you must avail yourself tomorrow to continue with your evidence. So you are warned that you need not discuss your evidence with anybody else until you finish testifying. Thank you so much. The proceedings are therefore adjourned until tomorrow. Tomorrow is the 4th of May, 2023.
May it please the court, my lady, I'm indebted to your ladyship.
As the court pleases.
As the court pleases.
Court pleases.
As the court pleases.
As the court pleases.
Be seated. Doctor, you're still under oath, taken earlier. Counsel, may we proceed?
Sorry, Justice Masaneke, a fan has been kindly provided to assist with the temperature levels, but I think it's blowing warm air. And I wonder if I may ask one of the attendants to either switch it off or make it colder.
Yes, it looks quite sophisticated. At the top,